Hello. All right. Couple of things. So if you were here for yesterday's stream, we are in the middle of recapping the power supply, or weren't here for yesterday's stream. There's a couple of things to go over here. We're in the middle of recapping the power supply for the DECWriter 3. I have all the parts in. We've swapped out a couple of the caps. We're trying to get another one of the stupid three-legged caps off so that we can get it replaced. It's a pain in the butt. I'm actually going to utilize the hot air gun thing today to try and just heat the board a little more overall so that it's less stressful for me to try and heat a pin and bend it. I don't want this to be hot enough to melt the solder. I just want it to be hot enough to make the board warm. So we're going to try that out. But all right, yesterday's stream ended prematurely because power was going in and out. So I did talk to them, or at least the electrician. I am not in constant communication with my landlords, I'll say. And they were installing fire alarms. So, and doing some other electrical work. And I'll just say this, the way that the office is wired, all right? If you remember way back when I did my first office vlogs here, I showed that it was actually a bigger section, at least I think I said it. It was larger, and then they put up a wall, all right? That means that the units were not separately broken out by circuits.
For 12 months.
End of line.
Philip, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for numbers 12 months. I appreciate that. So my office shares circuits with other offices, so they're on the same breaker. So if they have to do work in one of those, it's going to impact me, and there's no way around it. So yeah, this is Mario and subscribe. Yeah. So wasn't a lot that could be done about that, and I knew this, and I just didn't explain it on stream because I was just trying to figure out how to handle that. So yeah, anyway, that's what's going on. So I have no idea if they're working today. I did ask that. I didn't really get a direct question. Hopefully they finished. We'll find out, I guess. But here's the thing. If this doesn't get finished today, I'm either, or the stream isn't stable enough, I'm going to just finish this the next week, or I guess this week or something. The only thing I don't really want to do is be recording during the power fluctuations, because I don't want all of the video files to be totally corrupt. I actually have no idea if the last recording is even usable. It looks like it is. Okay, that's good. That was an hour. Wow. That's really bad. I'm not going to start recording until we get all of the caps replaced. We'll just use stream footage. Holy moly. So yeah, anyway, Matroshka, that's not how cameras work. So maybe a UPS, that's not going to solve it. So, yeah. Very much approve of your dedication to the jank. What are you talking about? Heading jank lords. Okay. No battery on camera. There might be a battery in the camera. Yeah, there technically is. The cameras are 4 years old and they have 1 billion hours on them. So no, this battery is completely worthless at this point. And I'm not gonna keep just buying batteries and replacing them when they don't work. Yeah, no, that battery doesn't work at all. Here, watch this, okay? You saw, there's a battery in there, okay? It's been in there for a long time. Doesn't work. Battery's trash. All right? Both cameras are like that. Battery reforming stream, it's been trickle charged for 4 years. That's not what it means.
Raccoon says Tier 100 this placeholder it called battery. End of line.
Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Fine, I'll address UPS. We would need a UPS for the lights, the ATEM, the camera, the other camera, the computer, okay? It's just not happening. Not happening. I'm not spending $1,000 on UPSs for all this stuff or a bunch of different power banks or whatever nonsense. It's just not happening. All right.
Dialgement says this is a test of your new fire alarm. If there were a real fire, your desktop would already have melted. Tier 100. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. You only need it for the computer. I only want the cameras to not lose the recording and the ATEM. Yeah, I'm just no on the UPS. Just this has been a problem one time. I'm not about to throw a giant pile of money at it. Okay. Let's just get to work rather than needlessly trying to solve problems. All right. The repair goes better in mine. Got a lifted PCB pad. Ooh, that sucks. How much are UPS batteries if someone has an old UPS? I can tell you exactly. Batteries Plus will sell you a case of 8 of them for, I want to say it was $240. It was actually a really good deal per battery. Something like whatever you find them for on Amazon, it was like half of that to get 8 of them, all right? Yeah, it's really a good deal. And the reason I know that is because I bought that to fix the UPSs that I run my computers on at home. Because I got a rack mount UPS, the one that we showed on stream, that I replaced the batteries in. Yeah, that was hilarious because I went there and bought it, and the guy's like, I think this is the only time I've ever sold one of these to a non-business account. All right. You were cleaning out the warehouse and took those things? Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm still not going UPSs. It's not happening. I don't want UPSs. Just straight up, no. Do not, no. Trying to optimize a problem that probably won't exist in a week. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. First off, I'm going to set this up. I'm going to massively lower the temperature because, again, the goal is not to make this melt the solder. It's just to get some heat over here. Out of curiosity, I do have this plugged into a kilowatt. That's using 8 watts of power, 30 watts of power, 125 watts of power, 75 watts of power. Wow, that's quite the PWM on there. Okay. Maybe a little more than 100. Let's try 150. Yeah, that's actually warm now. Hand barbecuer 3000 today? Nah, it's set very low. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. All right, so the goal here is to remove this capacitor. It has 3 legs. The legs were previously bent over. It looks like I did a good job of getting them upright now, so this should be doable. That's feeling a lot better. Yeah, I don't have the heater on in here, not for any particular reason, just because I don't need to start out with the
Moonwire
office
Ducky
being
subscribed
heated.
at tier 1. They subscribed for 42 months. And says 42 months. Yay. End of line.
Moonwire, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 42 months. I appreciate that. Anyway, I don't have the heater on, so stuff gets pretty cold in here, just because I don't want the heater on. I don't need it. Temp showed is in Fahrenheit? I don't believe so. Yeah, because up here it's... I mean, you know what? I have no idea. Okay. I'm letting the desoldering iron warm up. Hey, wait a minute. If we do this, it'll warm up faster, right? I'm pretty sure that that 50s, in the 50s in Fahrenheit, is just going to be universally considered cold. Now, it struggles to get down to that temp because temperatures from the other units seep into here, but yeah. Be cool if this is actually heating up this time, too. It's really hard to tell. So that is fairly consistently jumping up to 100 watts on that. That's not too bad. Waiting for the desoldering gun. That is cold. I don't care what you say. That is cold. No, that's cold. No, it's not warm for Scotland. That just means Scotland doesn't get warm. Okay, that's finally heated. Actually, this probably has enough good solder on it. Okay, let's see how this goes. That was not very clean. I think the leg is bent weird. All right. That went way better. I think it might be, yeah, it's stuck on the outer wall. I might be able to loosen it and pull that out now. I mean, that's not the last leg on the capacitor, but I think I can get that one to be broken free, maybe. Or not. Let me try adding more solder. This is going to be, as usual, just really annoying. I'm just muting my phone. I'm done looking at it. I don't know why it keeps going off. Okay, his legs are all looking pretty clean. None of them are loose. Of course. Okay, how do we do this without trashing the traces? All right, the wobble method worked, so that one's free. It didn't free that one. Now it is, and last one. Boom! There we go. And I think it's hard to tell. That cap may have just barely been starting to fail, or there's like a weird glue on it. It's hard to tell. I feel like that is the seal failing, but it's not sticky or wet. Okay. So that was the 2100 UF 40 volt, or I can just look here. That was towards the board edge by the transformer. Actually, I'm going to turn the heat thing off. Transformer board edge, that's C8. So C8, 8200. No, that can't be right. 2100. So 2200 UF. This is my replacement. Okay. That would be C15. Yeah, okay. That's definitely C15. Okay. So here's our replacements. Okay. That side is negative. The single leg side was also positive. So this can go here and there. And you know, that's not too bad for just guessing on the leg pitch because it's not a 3-leg part. I'm pretty happy with that. If you just ignore the D part, this is also a soldering iron.
Lena Heim subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 11 months, currently on an 11-month streak. And says hi, recapping away I see. End of line.
Lena Heim, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 11 months. I appreciate that. Yep, recapping. Is it a problem that one leg is short? No, that's how you know which one is the anode and the cathode without looking at the jacket. The cathode is the short one, the anode is the long one. They are designed that way. LEDs are the same. I mean, there's one. Oh, no, because these are bridge. There's literally, here, I'll zoom in after this so you can see. Okay. So these two legs are both negative, and it's a single trace that just goes between them. So it doesn't matter. All right. Ubudi says, I could absolutely remember when I can also see one side of the capacitor. I definitely was not cheating there. Okay, that's the 2200. Streaming with power, yeah, for now at least. Okay, now these. This capacitor has already been removed, so we don't have to mess with that, thankfully, unless I did not clean the through holes. I did clean the through holes. Okay. Now it's probably going to be positive on the singular leg side. Yes. So there will be two legs here that are in the same thing. There we go. So mnemonic. Nah, I won't remember a mnemonic. Hey, that's cheating, having a printout, but on LEDs. On LEDs, you can tell by looking at which side. You can look in the element, is what it is. I'm glad I turned that off, so when I accidentally touch it, I don't burn the snot out of my hand. Oh, the outside of this looks a little crusty now for some reason. Excuse me while I continue to use it as a soldering iron. Your pop quiz on DCE versus DTE, those aren't real. The only thing is real is whether or not you need null modem.
Chloroku says cheer 100.
And you know what? While I was...
End of line.
100. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm not sure what you called. Oh, throw another no modem adapter in it. Well, here's the thing. In fairness, the genders are not always correct if they're DTE versus DCE, and a no modem adapter is helpful to just diagnose whether or not that is the case. Because not everyone obeys those pesky standards. All right, the last caps to remove are the two axials down here, which I'm just going to go ahead and guess that they stupidly bent the legs over for no reason on. Yep, of course. Okay. Okay, let me make sure I have... Oh, they're positive marked too. Thank you. That's so wonderful. Positive striped capacitors aren't real. They can't hurt you. So stupid. Why? Why is it like that? Nice wiggly bodge there. Yeah, with a lot of epoxy. Yeah, they really went to town on that. Oh, it gets even better. I wonder if the schematic represents that trace cut. Also, wow, that was a pretty clean trace cut. That makes me a little concerned that these traces are very easy to rip off. Don't get it. Don't get why it's not a ring on one side instead of a stripe. Because they here. This is basically the exact same thing that capacitors are using for a jacket. This is a shrink tube, and it comes in a roll like this. So what they do is they just shove a new cap in there and then cut it and then heat it and then shrink it and move on. So the jackets are not individually printed for the capacitors. They just come off of a roll like this. So there's nowhere they could put a stripe to make it consistent. So they do this, and then they just have the information printed like 1/3 or 1/4 the total height of the cap, ideally. And then the information will be redundantly printed on there multiple times. Which trace cut are you missing? Here. It's right there. Is it a cut or a fault? Oh, that's 100% a cut. That is without a doubt a cut. So you can see the gouge in the circuit board right here. And then I added those scrape marks just now. But yeah, that was definitely a cut. I don't know if that resistor goes to anything on the other side. That might be a vestigial resistor there now. But again, that's not the only bodge we've seen on this. Is that another electrolytic that I missed? Ooh, or is that a tantalum? I don't know. Great, I missed some. So that is a 1.5 microfarad. Oh, drat. How did I miss that? And another one there too. Wait, but why does that say R? And then 33. Ah, dang, I missed a bunch. That sucks. Well, hopefully they're fine. That's a tantalum. That is, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Huh. Well, I'm glad I didn't try and replace them. How did I miss that hidden by power resistor? Okay, yeah, fair. Wet tantalum at least doesn't catch fire as much. That's not what the ones on the Data General board say. Well, they don't catch fire so much as they just fail. They will fail short though. Speaking of failing short, oh, that diode's fine. That's just it looked a little crispy, the diode next to that resistor, but that's just how they marked them, I guess. It's a very, very thick, dark polarity mark. Haven't seen a dead wet tantalum? We did replace one on one of the Data General memory boards. If you go back through the Data General VODs, we had one of the Spragues fail. Pretty sure those were tantalums, not electrolytics. Maybe I'm wrong, though. All right, well, We don't technically have to replace these. I have no idea if they are good or bad, but I was figured while I'm in here, might as well. So we also have exploding tantalum on the floppy drive. Well, we're specifically talking about wet tantalums, so it's a difference in the technology. So the ones that exploded on the floppy drives were dry dipped tantalums. Double check. Yeah, 8200 6.3 volts versus 8200 10 volt. 10 volts still not a tremendous amount of overhead. Wet tant's always axial and silver. Yeah, tri-tant's just concentrated balls of hatred waiting to set fire to your stuff. All right. Can you tell I'm not really looking forward to removing more parts? Stupid folded over legs. All right, let's let it warm up. Oh, I got distracted. I was about to mark which side was negative on them, and then I saw that the marking was stupid reverse polarity. So they're both positive towards the edge of the board, and it's negative here, and negative here. Okay, so this, and this. Why on earth were tantalum capacitors ever invented? I don't know about the wet ones, but the dry ones are more dense than ceramics. Yeah. So think of it this way. Aluminum electrolytics, I'm still waiting for this to warm up a little bit. Aluminum electrolytics are rolls of film around each other filled with a fluid, and then it does the whole dielectric and oxide layer and whatever nonsense. So your surface area total is just the layers, all right? The dielectric will be a little bit wavy and stuff, so it'll add a little bit more, but it's not that much more. A multi-layer ceramic is basically interleaved parts like this, an MLCC. So it's how many, shuffled parts that you can put in between each other. That's how the ceramics work. Tantalums are kind of weird in that they are like a crystal that grows out, and then an oxide layer forms on the outside of the crystal. So you get a lot of fractal surface area growing inside of that part. When it is created, that creates a lot of surface area in a very small space. So that's how they get their energy density. But the downside is that crystal shape is unstable, and over time it can decompose a little bit, and then you'll have a weak spot with the dielectric and the oxide layer, and you'll have a short possibly form between the anode and the cathode, and then the whole thing just goes boom. So yeah, that's why tantalums exist and why they fail, is because they are just like the Wild West of capacitors. Usagi wants to get the spectrometer working, put them in spectral peak. No, I mean, if he gets the spectrometer working and like it's portable enough, I would maybe return to retrobrighting. Some sacrificial stuff, because I don't believe in it. But I would love to see the composition of the air change in a sealed container with retrobrighting. I want to see if we get bromine in the air. Tantalums are more prone to tantrums, yeah. All right, is this warm now? Warm enough. Okay. Actually, I think I enjoyed the iron and grippy thing snips. That's it. More. Poke the bear once and didn't tear my arm off. Let's try again. School of video planning. Nah, it's more that for my own sake. Getting a spectrometer was where I stopped. Literally That was the next thing that I was going to do with the retrobrighting, was get a spectrometer to see what was in the air with the ozone method. And then I realized, you know what, maybe not. Ooh, that was an interesting option. Only available because these are axials. I was able to pull the leg out slightly and then bend it over. Be interesting to see. Carefully remove the surface and test that. Yes. I think you're right. There'd be a high concentration of bromine molecules. Yeah. Wonder how long it would take to yellow the plastic under some 24/7 UV lights. UVC, not long. Mental question mark bucket anyway. I don't understand out in the air retrobrighting. That really bugs the snot out of me. I mean, as in no catalyst chemical. I don't get that. That's the one that bothers me. So I can see the... You know what? Let's just not get into retrobrighting, actually. I pass. Nah, I'm good. Question, do you have any advice on recapping a CRT monitor from 2001? Document everything. Go extremely slowly when disassembling it, and be prepared to cry. Late model CRTs are the craziest analog devices that have ever existed. I have not attempted to recap one yet, because they are insane. So I don't have a lot of great advice for that kind of device because it's horrifying. Yeah, we were joking earlier in Discord, for those of you who may not be in the Discord server, about a Tom's Hardware article that got written about my video. And that what Sanity's mentioning there was hilarious. They called me Tech Tangents and then said that my actual real name was like, you know, a side name, a nickname. That was great. CRT TVs are almost as fun as recapping somebody's oscilloscopes. So the oscilloscopes are probably about as bad, but they might make a little more sense. If you've never looked inside a late model CRT, it is a special level of horrible. I would say they're probably on par with the oscilloscopes, actually. But they're so complicated for the multi-mode syncing capabilities and still old but slightly more modern power supplies. They're horrible. A lot of it's done on a single chip. No. The analog stuff is still super complicated. There's a lot of stuff in there. Seriously, you just crack open, just take the back off of a CRT like that. You'll see. It's horrible. Okay. I think that'll work. Let's switch over to the desoldering iron. Open up late 90s CRT, wasn't powering up, poke around a bit, e-wasted it because it's so nightmarishly complex. Yes, I literally really would have a hard time blaming anyone for that. The only person I blame for doing that is myself, not because I think I could have fixed it, but because in hindsight, I think it had a, bad cable. That it was a permanently wired one. Not microcontrollers, Philip. I'm telling you, there are so many capacitors in those. inside a late model multi-mode CRT, there will be a board on the bottom, a board on the side, a board on the other side, and then a board on the back of the neck of the tube. They are all packed to the brim with capacitors because those monitors are a computer, an analog CRT, and a not amazing power supply all packed into one. Yeah, just caps. That's the thing. Just recapping those, nightmare. One of these days I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna be sad. But yeah, ugh. No board on top. I mean, they gotta let all the heat out somewhere. Since they're late models, all the boards be completely different design approaches. Yes. Yeah. Not everything about those is a nightmare. That was too easy. Yeah, a PSU scope catching on fire seems like it'd be slightly catastrophic. Well, computer monitors are worse than TVs. I don't know if you prepared those as well, because the computer monitors have to sync to a much wider variety of signals. There are only so many TV input standards, but CRTs are just like, you know, anything. Or computer monitors, I should say. There are plenty of CRT TVs, obviously. Is that loose already? Dang. Yeah. Okay. Here was all ready to have to reflood these. Same thing. That side's already loose down there. Beautiful. Boom. Okay. And we did that without toasting the board. Perfect. I'm getting a whiff of that nice 70s kind of evergreen smell of the old flux, which probably means I'm getting cancer, but we won't focus on that part. We'll focus on how nice it smells. Computer monitors get OSD about the same time TVs did, sooner. Because they would have to show what refresh rate, sync rate, polarity, all that fun stuff they were taking in. TVs didn't really have a reason. I mean, they'd show the channel, yeah, I guess, but, you know, the OSD was a lot more complex on monitors. Hey, Ketchup. Still working on this. I think I finally have all of the bad capacitors out of the power supply, and I'm about to install those, and I have the replacements for the super bad ones. I have this really weird stud. But we are not too far away from getting this thing back together and powering it up. Okay, so minus, which is, for the record, the direction that these new ones are actually indicating. Standards? Who needs standards? Am I right?
Wesley Nixon subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 42 months. End of line.
Wesley, thank you for the Prime sub and for 42 months. I appreciate that. All right. So negative is towards the inside on both of these, and the through holes are clear. Cool. Should I have these have like a crazy loop wobbly thing like some of the other parts over here? Or should I just put them on like normal? I can tell you that one thing that won't be happening. I will not be bending the legs over. All right. Finding DDR5 at Goodwill. I found DDR4 at Goodwill. I found DDR4 at Goodwill before DDR5 was out. I'm pretty sure it was a mad romantic partner donation because there was a lot of stuff there that should not have been there. Did I buy it? It was 8. It was an single 8 gig stick. I've never been able to test it because I don't own a system. Maybe I own one. You know what? Maybe my desktop at home is DDR4, but I'm pretty sure every single other computer I have is DDR3. Definitely found RAM. Need to look at what it was. There it is. The TR is 4. Are you sure about that? I don't believe you. I feel like it is too early. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Positive? Bet you a Lincoln? How about you bet 1 month's rent?
Chlorocoon says Tier 100 maybe I am wrong, it's not my area of expertise, as it's almost new. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Worth design kit, so you can mix a few red ones. Yeah, make 5 months rent, yeah. All right. This should, in theory... Oh, wait, no, we're not done because we got to screw the other caps in. All right. These are at least marked on that side for polarity, right? Kinda. Yeah, they are. Okay. Whew. Okay. After a lot of annoying soldering, every single electrolytic capacitor in here is replaced. Although it looked like there were a couple of tantalums hiding in there that I missed the first time around, but it doesn't really matter. The only thing that's left now is to screw on the new caps here, and then we can put this thing back in and see if it works now. We'll also probably probe the 24-volt power rail because it would be cool to see if it's not 4 volts of ripple now. All right, where did I put that thing? There we go. Dude, I can't believe these didn't come with screws, by the way. They did not. Like, if I'm buying stud mount capacitors, it would be cool if they came with the parts that you need to, you know, stud mount them. And before it's now 5 volts of ripple, yeah. We're also going to once over this, looking at photos I took to make sure the polarities are all correct. You bought the cheap ones, that's why? I don't think they're that cheap, are they? Screws are DLC, yeah. All right. Positive. Well, at least they're the same threads. You would use the screws of the old caps. No one is using these in new designs. I have a hard time believing they're being sold purely for restorations. Any screw mount caps I bought did not come with screws either. That's so weird, though. Yeah, 2950X. Yeah, it's much older. All right, still buying. Screws probably cost more than the caps themselves. These are $20 each. They come with metric threads now just to annoy US buyers. All right. All right, I will admit I was wrong about the DDR4-ness then. I own two systems of DDR4. It's just one of them I didn't actually spec out and put together. Still feels so wrong screwing caps in. There we are. It's done. Dude, these just don't seem right. These seem like cartoon capacitors or like an AI generated cap. Like why? Why is this here? It's just so weird. Laptops don't count, DZAC. That's not a real computer. My desktop is the one that I was saying is DDR4, the i9. Get the Dremel out and cut the stud off? Nah, I'm good. There's infinite vertical space, and they're still shorter than the originals, even with the weird stud. So it doesn't matter. Okay. It is an Intel laptop, Chloe. I'm not sure what you're meaning by that. But I'm saying you're not doing a lot of RAM interchanging on laptops. The compatibility is a lot more complicated as well. So you see the background of the reboot show. Yeah, that makes more sense. Make a bracket for the studs to mount on then? What? So it isn't that weird? A lot of motor start run capacitors are stud mounted? No, I will not take that. That is weird. No, that's weird. Any polarity on the screw ones? Oh yeah, they're definitely polarized. They are put in correctly, I think. Of course, now that you say that, I'm going to second guess it. We are going to look over the polarity on everything real quick here, though. Let me just grab a flashlight so I can see the polarity marking to be sure. Polarity markings on the other side. Great. Well, it won't hurt to take one off and double check. I am like 95% sure I put them on correct, but that 5% would cost me 20 bucks. Actually, more like 30 since I'd be shipping just one part. And 2 weeks. And honestly, at this point, it probably wouldn't get here until January. Yes, positive left side. So positive, yeah, away from the jacket with the plug facing away. And that's how the other one is too. And positive here and positive here. Yeah, only the bottom is marked. Some of the other ones are nice enough to mark on the outside, not these. Well, DECWriter, it doesn't need updated, it needs finished. It's never been complete, ever. There's just too many things to do. Do we want to spend a whole month doing nothing but cataloging?
Green Source subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 45 months, currently on a 45-month streak, and says hello. End of line.
Green Source, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there, and for 45 months. I appreciate that. Ben cashing in there. Okay, so positive on this went to the left. That's kind of weird. Yeah, minus. I mean, I guess if positive was there and they were thinking that one was negative, that's still fine. So that one's good. Okay. On this one, positive went this way, so that one's mounted correctly. Then on this, which was the 8200, if I remember correctly, it won't really matter that much. Positive is the single leg, negative is the double leg. We have the single leg, double leg, negative is double, and then it's the same story in the other one. Double is negative, that is negative. The axials, I don't think I actually took a picture of that. Nope, but I took video. Hold on. Positive towards the outside. And this is negative towards the inside and negative towards the inside. So I replaced this, and oh, the little tiny one. No, the big ones. I replaced the tiny ones previously. And they're still good. Okay. That is everything I've replaced in all polarities confirmed. Did get processed before the chat message? Yes. In theory, it also allows me to remove chats if I want. Thought silkscreen parking's Pioneer receiver. That's why one of the power supply caps suddenly exploded. Yeah, well, this doesn't have polarity markings for the majority of things. I think the old caps, yeah, so these ones, they were marked on the bottom too, but then previous, maintenance worker or whoever marked them on the top themselves. Send it? I believe so. Maybe put a load on it and test it. Dude, it's so crazy. Look at it. I don't have connectors for this nonsense. Plus, you have to mains power this thing. I'm not running mains power. So, no, we're just going to send it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe. Okay. We can turn it on without plugging it into everything else first, at least. Gonna need those in a second. Let me turn off soldering iron, soldering iron. I already did turn it off. Didn't even get a chance to turn itself off. I'm so good. Okay. Let's see. Phone thing is over there for when I inevitably want to start filming with the phone because it's going to suck to film with the camera. Preferred workaround of that problem is to solder to the back of the connector. That is possible, yes, but it's plus minus 24, plus minus 12, plus 5. I don't even remember if there's 5 or minus 5. That's 5 different rails that we would all have to test. And like some of them, like the plus and minus 24, I think you would really have to test in parallel because it's a transformer swinging back and forth. So if you only loaded one side, you'd kind of make it a little weird. Realistically, it's just not feasible to test this like that. So. Did you put a wood wheel on the back of it, DZX, so they can ride it home? All right. I'm only putting gloves on because the surface that this mounts to, the plate that it goes on, is really unpleasant to touch. It's cadmium coated, but that's not why I'm concerned. I'm concerned because it's just very rough and bad. Okay, these are socket sized. Perfect. Already even had the wheel listed for sale until last night. What's this? An office with power? Shh, don't jinx it. I totally didn't just run an extension cable over to the McDonald's across the street. Whee! Oh, while I'm here, Salencroft recommended this earlier today. So the cables for the camera, I just kind of wanted to show this. So the arm holds the cables up like that. They cannot move back and forth. And they actually don't really put any force on the camera stuff. And when I twist them, they'll actually kind of lift up slightly. So there is zero force on the ports here. And that's by design with how I have this set up. I do like that breakaway thing to not put the strain on here, but I've already tried to strain relief it as much as possible. And I could do the HDMI port and the USB-C port, but I could not do the custom stupid mil-spec power connector thing. So anyway, let me stay on this view while I wobble the camera all over trying to get it set up so you can see it. There we go. McDonald's going to get a confusing electric bill. Yeah. All right. Boop. Okay. All right. Now we mount the power supply back to the plate, and then we'll plug in mains power here. But I will test it to make sure that it doesn't, explode or anything before I plug in everything else. So let's get this dropped back in there. Looks like it goes this way. This thing feels so much like a motherboard with these giant caps on here, like that's the CPU heatsink. It's kind of weird moving it around and it's just the power supply. Is that everyone's favorite cadmium coated steel? You know it! Except this one has the inside texture. No, the texture on it's just really unpleasant. It's very rough for some reason, so that's why I'm wearing gloves. I don't care about the cadmium part. That's fine, whatever. There's lots of consumer-facing cadmium electronics that aren't a health problem because it's mostly nickel in there, actually. But the surface textures is horrible. Matter of fact, I think you can see it better up here. It's kind of like weird and rough. All right. Okay, there it is. I know there's one screw in the middle of the board somewhere. Where is it? Dual purpose chassis standing block, yeah. Are you sure it can be powered without load? Sometimes the problem switch mode. Nope. I don't know. I don't think it'll damage it to do that. It just probably, we're not going to measure voltages. We're just going to make sure it doesn't explode. So, yeah, as long as none of the caps are shorted, that'll show us that, you know, that's all I'm looking for. We realistically don't need to do it. I'm just going to do it. Okay. I feel like there's one. There it is. All right. I'm going to plug in this power cable. Boop. And that is the mains input. So make sure nothing else is touching in there. It's all grounded. Okay. I'm going to plug in power off to the side. Make sure it's off. Yes. All right. And I'm one of those weirdos who likes seeing things, so I'm just going to do that real quick, which is completely unnecessary. And we should see the fan spin up there. There we go. Nothing exploded. Nothing is glowing. I think we're good. All right, I'm going to turn it off. That fan is remarkably good, considering this thing was probably left running for 30 years straight. Okay. Safety squints are ocean approved. Yeah. All right. Let's plug everything else in. So this one's the 4-pin connector, and then there's a single ground strap for that. And by 4-pin, I just mean 4-row. Ear protection, I'm wearing headphones. If I need ear protection, something so horribly catastrophic has gone wrong. All right, now we put the stupid, weird power supply back up in there. It might actually be easier to put this. Oh, we didn't plug in DC normal power over here for 5 volts and stuff. And then this one I didn't plug in all the way. There we go. Now this might do like logic-y things after
They subscribed for 45 months and says, is this the power supply that was supplying power to the office yesterday? End of line.
No, but it was as reliable as that. I don't think I've measured the ripple of the power coming into the office. There we go. Anyway, it's probably going to do logic-y things, but I want to measure the rails here. You know what? Nah, we can do the quick test. Can it print a 1? Okay, Whoa. All right. Previously on the DECWriter III Adventures. Oh, hold on, here we go. All right, previously on the DECWriter III Adventures, it would attempt to print, but if I printed all pins at once, it would brown out the system, reboot, and then get stuck in a boot loop most of the time. So, if we can print a 1, which uses all of the pins at once, then we have this solved. So, let's see what happens here. Normal-ish logic stuff. That wasn't quite right. There we go. That was weird. Local, okay. I think I have the head solenoid unplugged. Let me plug that back in. All right. But that was a good sign. Okay. Local. That's normal. And I think we got it. Oh, I guess there's no repeat key. You just hold it. The future. Okay. Let's measure the ripple in the power supply. This thing's probably working now. Oh my gosh. But I want to know that the power supply is looking better. But that's a real good sign right there. Yeah, actually that print acceleration, that's kind of awesome. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's pretty sweet. Oh man. Okay. It is Siglant time.
Schmide says needs one more gear, cheer 100. End of line.
Needs one more gear. Schmide, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm a cat. I don't think I said it either. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 45 months if I missed that. My apologies. Maybe I did catch it. I don't remember, but I appreciate it. Don't blow your scope, please. You know that I can't, right? That is the whole point here. Of the world's amazing handheld oscilloscope. What's up? I don't know if you were here when we were messing around with this last time, but yeah, I got true isolated portable oscilloscope so I can do stuff like this. All right. Was this more frustrating than DECWriter 2? No, because DECWriter 2 I killed. Nothing is more frustrating than killing something yourself. You just forgot? No problem. Yeah. Dude, I meant to release the video about that thing yesterday that's on the second channel right now, and I totally forgot because yesterday was so frustrating. Wait, we're only an hour and a quarter in. What on earth are you going to do with the rest of the stream? You know this is a RS-232 one, right? We have to plug it into a computer. Print chat on it? Entirely possible. Okay. I need a way of... which computer am I picking? Probably my laptop or something? I'm just going to use USB serial. Make it nice and easy. You can only plug it into a PDP-11. It's the law. You have a PDP-11. There's one near me. I can just go buy it if I want. Run Linux on the DECWriter? Exactly. Okay. This is what I want. Oh, I should totally put these in here to have some real sketchy, awful stuff that people will hate. I love it.
Chlorocoon says, Cheer 100, is it fair to print check if you don't feed it straight into a shredder? Apologies to Tom Scott and Matt Gray. End of line.
It's beautiful. Try to crank up the pressure, try and get the new object. Honestly, I want the terminal that comes with new object more than I want this. This is really cool though, but I mean, come on. I actually don't know if this will work, so we're gonna have to test this first. Although, testing that won't be trivial, so maybe not. Okay, how do I want to handle this? Where's the small clips? They're in here. Cursed adapter needs a male BNC version of that adapter. Yeah, it would be. Well, actually, it's this. Is that what you're talking about? I'm just using a female to female coupler on there. Keep the terminal, take the rest off of your hands. But Majenko already said I'm not allowed to connect anything that isn't a PDP-11. Oh, it's about to get more cursed. It doesn't support safety jacks. It's time for everyone's favorite activity. Shucking the banana jacks. Yay! Yeah! I'm gonna have to do the other side too. Completely unscrew the binding nuts. You know, somehow that doesn't feel as safe. Oh, wait, does it? Nah. But then I'll forget which is which. Actually, I'm serious about that. I will forget which is which. We need to leave these on. I would rather cut these off than risk polarity. Only 2 seconds on the multimeter can answer that question. But if I have it plugged in, then it's the multimeter and I can't probe it because I won't know what the connections are. There's a ground tab on one side. No. All right, all of this, because I want to use this. So this needle probe will allow me to get inside of the back of the connector while it's plugged into the machine, and we'll be able to watch it while it's running. Coffee? I'm always down for coffee. Okay. I don't really have a good signal generator active right now. We deserve a MakerBot print for this. There will never be another MakerBot print on camera again. If it's isolated, do you care about it being reversed? It probably wouldn't be the most amazing thing for it to run power into it backwards, but it may not matter. I don't know. I really don't know. If I'm doing multiple connections, it would probably matter. Okay, this is about to be a problem for lighting. So let me think about this for a second. I'm gonna grab one of my big lights over here and then have that pointed down into there. Because the screen on the signalant is ridiculously too bright. And it makes it impossible to expose for it correctly. Okay, I need softbox. Okay. That's rad. It's just studio lighting. that's exactly what that stuff is made for. Those are the lights that I normally use for other stuff. Everything for the stream setup is just permanently attached to the ceilings. Joys of filming, yeah. All right, I'm just going to start recording now as I set up. Okay. All right, so this time I should be able to measure the rails here, and we'll have an easier time seeing this, hopefully. There we are. Okay, so, yep, it's doing its wonky stuff. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and ground it to the chassis there. I'm going to disable channel 2. Hide the menu. I don't remember what refresh rate or sample rate, frequency, whatever nonsense it was close to before. But I am going to bring up my notes here so I can see what the pinout is, because I drew a pinout for all the stuff. So we want to measure the connector up here for the 12 volt power. So positive 24 is to the left, and I'm using a weird set of probes so I can get into the back side of the connector and know that it'll be good. All right, here we go. What ripple are we going to get on it now? Channel 1 saying 10 volts. That does not seem quite right. Oh, that's per division. No, that's perfect. Oh my gosh. Wait, are we getting like no ripple? Oh my gosh. Is it that bad? Set it to AC mode? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and zoom in. Let's do channel 1. I'll bring it back. Measure. All right, mode on. Auto, okay. And then bring this back. Channel 1, 1.2 volts peak to peak, but we have a, that's like something minor in there. So the average is closer, the average ripple is nothing, a couple hundred millivolts at most. Yeah, that's way, way, way better. type. I don't know what you want. Pulse. Edge. Like this. Our trigger is up way high. Hold on. Okay, so I have no idea. All right, here we go. So we have a 140 kilohertz ripple here. And if we bring up our measurements, we can see we are getting about 2 volts peak to peak. But these are errant voltages. So if we can bring up a voltage, can we do an RMS average? VRMS. There's so many measurements. I guess VRMS is probably closer. So 80 millivolts RMS, I think. Why is that so stable? That doesn't seem right. I'm still learning how to use this somewhat, especially these measurement modes. Capacitors that actually capacitate are useful, yeah. Said the bandwidth of 20 megahertz, said a high frequency reject on the input. Could just be noise in the line. You can measure the power on the strip to see. I'm good without doing that. For kicks, let's measure the negative 24 volt rail. Exactly the same. Looking good. Yeah, I'm real happy about that. All right. I think we fixed it. PSU is now running stable, given you're on the unregulated side now. That's excellent. Yeah, Linux time? I think it might be. Aww! My clip just exploded. I was trying to take it off of the banana jack, and it's just like, I'm gonna die now. Is that another DECWriter? This is a DECWriter 3. And died in service of the channel, yeah. Well, we need to get a new ribbon on it. Give me one moment here. Ah. Oh my gosh, it's gonna work. Let me get this light out of here because we're done looking in the back now, I think.
Chlorocoon says cheer 100 what? We need usable, not dried out ink on the ribbon to see the output. Such expense. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Thankfully, that expense has already been done. So I'm just going to go to that box that's on the shelf back there and grab one. All right, move this out of the way. All right, now I'm gonna go grab a thing here real quick. Paper. Whew, okay. Whew. Okay. Turf, wait, what? 2 of them? Oh, what are you talking about killed the DECWriter 2? Sure, see, stop whatever he wants. Just realized ribbon tensioning spring is huge. Yeah, no, it's crazy, isn't it? Look at that thing. That's nuts. All right. I'm going to put the back on. Because I don't see a reason not to. That's not the container with the screws. All right. Pretty sure I can put this on and then put the top on after. So this just sets on there. You know, as much as I hate how this thing goes together, I also kind of like how it goes together. Some of it makes a lot of sense. Some of it is insane. All right. What's the yellow label? Equipment set for 120 volts, 60 hertz to alter, refer to user's guide. And then in 3 other languages. All right, now we're definitely just gonna swap out this ribbon. In theory, I could try flipping it upside down, but in practice, we can see here that the head was stuck in one position for so long at some point that it blew a hole in the ribbon, and I don't trust this ribbon anymore because of that. So we're not going to do this. Now, when I first got this, this was actually under the head, so I think the head might have been stuck. It's possible the 24-volt power supply died while this thing was still in service. Well, I say in service. Clearly it wasn't doing any work while it was like that, but I think it was literally left on for like 3 decades. So it's possible that that happened. The other side, yeah, it's just not worth it. I have new ribbons, so we can swap these out and get something that's actually fresh on here. Head on over to my box of new old stock ribbons here. Grab a fresh one. This says LA36 and LA30. We'll see if it works with a 120. I have a feeling it will. So yeah, let's go. Take this off. All right. Yes, this is technically an LA120, not 36. Oh, whoa, the guide around the print head is very different. So the ribbon is secured by this metal bracket. It's actually going through that. So to get it out, you have to push it up against the sides of the head, I think, here. Down and then up, yeah. That is weird. I have never seen a ribbon that was that retained before. And yeah, that's how little ink there is left on here. I can literally pinch and drag my fingers on this and get almost nothing on there. So yeah, this thing needs to go. All right, old one out. New one in. Okay, let's do... It was feeding this direction, so I'm going to put the empty side over here. Oh, this one's got so much smell. That's a lot of smell. Yeah. Why? Oh my gosh, why does it have so much smell? I don't remember the last one having all of that odor to it. Holy moly. Oh, of course, that's wrong. Wait, I'm an idiot. Oh well, it'll flip. Actually, there. Okay, now it's going to go this direction. That should be proper purplish black print. Just what you want on green bar, yeah. Okay, we got tension, we got ribbon. Let's see if it prints now. I'm going to put the lid back on, that way I don't have to keep clamping the switch. All right. That's... We can't see anything when it's like that. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna put some weight on the switch, I guess. Yeah, I guess with that clear cover installed, you really can't see a whole lot. All right. All right, put a piece of test paper in here. Turn it on. And local mode. This is a typing test. Oh, you know what? I had pushed the force all the way back. Hold on. There we... No. No. Okay, I think it just needs some exercise. Hold on. There's a weak pin. This time it's not from me having killed the solenoid. Yeah, I think I might want to clean the head. It's weak, but it's not gone. Okay. That's fun. At least you know what to do now? No, we're not doing that. Flooded with crud be gone? Yeah, that should clear up a use. Just print S a bunch on it. I think printing 1 would be better. Maybe, J. Why you gotta be like this? Trying to find something that exercises that pin specifically, and my paper switch fell out. Yeah, I think I might want to try and get alcohol on it. Let me fix my paper switch, and then I think I'm going to try and put a little bit of isopropyl on there. See what we can do with that. Well, I don't want to exercise all the pins evenly. It's like the second pin from the bottom that is specifically weak. So it's probably this one or maybe that one down there. So I have isopropyl ready to go. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some isopropyl on the pins and see if it just works loose, something that's stuck on there. I don't want to take this out if I don't have to, so I'm going to try and just drip it along from the top here, because this is more likely a stuck pin problem than anything else. Now, in theory, also, the ribbon should contain a little bit of lubricant for this. So even though isopropyl is an oxidizer, and I wouldn't normally like this solution, we should be good to do this. Just want to make sure I get it exercised. Okay, let me put the ribbon back in. And then set the impression back. See what that looks like. That actually fixed it. Booyah. Okay, we're golden. Ten. The ribbon has the lubricant in it. The isopropanol acts as the solvent and can also be an oxidizer. So the ribbon will correct it, essentially. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's so much better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's fixed. That's awesome. Okay. Now I can put a bigger piece of paper in there. Do our typing test. I love loading these. They're so good. All right, I'm going to put this, we're going to do a typing test on here right next to where we did a typing test on the DECWriter 2. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely still some isopropanol on there. I might want to use the compressed air on this after to make sure that we get that all off. But look at it. Wait a minute. Why did the top pin not look great? Are you kidding me? Oh! All right, I'm gonna mess around with this a little more until we get it worked out. It clearly just needs cleaned. Maybe I can get something in there that I can brush it with. The ribbon isn't moving. Yeah, it is. We can see. It definitely 100% is. You can see squares on it where it's been passing underneath the head. You just can't see it. It's not going to punch a hole in it. It's not like a film ribbon. So this you could actually send multiple times or run through multiple times. It doesn't get all of the ink off on the first pass like an ink ribbon or a film ribbon. Okay. Let's see what we can do a little bit more here. I am going to get a piece of paper towel. I'm going to spritz it. And I'm going to put it in here. And I want it to intentionally be thick. And I'm going to do some of that. Let me try that one more time, and this time press the impression all the way up. And you know what? I'm going to drip it along the head as well again. And then impression forward. Yeah. Yeah, that seemed better. Oh yeah, definitely getting some crud out. You drag it back, and then I'm going to release it just a little bit. Needs slightly more force. Yeah, look at, there's so much coming off. Time for tea? That's what I was doing, was tea. Yeah. All right. Let me press it up against this with the dry spot. Yeah, so it's clearly soaking it up in there and wicking out. So if I put the ribbon through again, this is going to be a hard one to film here. I think it's just going to take a bunch of back and forth trial and error. Okay, well now the top is just gone of tea. That's not, oh, we got one. No, that was just multiple that went together. That's not good. Why did we just lose that pin entirely? Gosh, that's loud. Holy moly. Okay. Add a little more. Why, you know, type now. Local? I like how it's trying to catch up on the left. It prints so much more over there. Yeah, the last head went smoke. This is fine. It went smoked because it was getting too much power through a bad solenoid. So this is not that. They want you to know? Yeah, really. Okay. Let me stick this in here. So much that gets down in there. All right, let me try putting the ribbon back on. better. It's still a little weak, though. Man. Why? Also, I got that backwards. Maybe it just needs exercised. You know, I wonder which pin is the top one? Because you guys keep saying the ribbon is not advancing. It's fine. You can see the dents in it. It's fine. This solenoid is sticking out farther. I don't know if it's possible that that could be the top one and that it's not in far enough. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe that. Okay, let's just get this over with. They aren't advancing. Okay, so that's why it blew a hole in it. All right, it's just been determined that the ribbon isn't actually advancing. I'm wondering what's going on there. So now it's trying. There's a thing down in here that's part of how the advancing is controlled. It feels very stuck. I'm wondering if that could be part of it. So this goes off to that cam over here. Why are you not advancing? So I think it might just be gummed up over here, potentially. Because that is what drives the advance. It's also possible that this shaft isn't applying pressure correctly to this. It's not torquing down. So the shaft is spinning. There we go. But then it's not. So something is loose back here. Okay. Why does this thing gotta have so many problems? So this cam right here is what drives the ribbon advance. So that's it working correctly, but then it stopped. I don't know why it's spinning in the shaft, but if I apply a little bit of pressure to it, there we go. Also, what's this weird wire thing? Is this supposed to be a spring? What does this look like on the other one? Let me go look at what the other side looks like. Or the DECWriter 2. The DECWriter 2 is identical. It has that weird wire. And if I wiggle that sprocket, that... Oh, it's like internally ratcheted or something. It only moves in one direction. So on the other one, when I rotate that, let me turn the unit off. When I rotate this, it catches going one way. So why is this not catching? Why is there a piece of phenolic back here acting as some kind of washer? Should this be clamped tighter? There's so many questions. How does this work? If I flip this the other way, what's the spring? This is weird. So you stop and read the maintenance manual under a ribbon, stop moving before you break it. That sounds like I could. Probably worn a little loose, yeah. I'm trying to feel if it's, so the whatever, it does not want to spin the opposite direction, that's for sure. But it feels sticky, like it's been lubricated and maybe it shouldn't have been. Whatever it is, it's going to be this part, because that whole cam thing is working fine. So it's whatever's going on inside of there. I'm not particularly looking forward to figuring that out. Yeah, let's go look at the manual for this. Black shaft should be stuck in the bushing. Not completely. It should not be fixed to that, because when this rotates backwards, it's supposed to slip. So when the shaft is rotating counterclockwise, it should not advance it, but when it's rotating clockwise, it should. That's how it works on the DECWriter 2 over there, and that one advances just fine. Yeah, let's go look at the manual. Thanks, OBS, for always messing up the stupid V4L devices, even though they're always literally plugged into it every time you get started up. Always. All right, get Blair Witched. Oh, wow, I'm surprised. There's a like above average chance to get flashed with the infrared camera from the Brio every time. Okay. Why? Ribbon should not touch pins. Oh, so it's run wrong through there? That makes more sense. That makes way more sense if that's the wrong way to do it. All right, view mode. Hold on. I'd rotated this. Ben said 614. This is where we find out Ben has a different manual. Ben's got one with chapters. Wait, these are just schematics. This isn't the service manual. Okay, where? DECWriter II, LA 120. We're done with that part, thankfully. Whew. I would say that was the expensive part, but I don't know how much that weird cam thing might end up going for. Not that I'm going to be able to find one. 614, we are not far off of that. Hey, look, there's Thing. Okay. Let's go single page and we'll just scroll through. Okay, rear carriage shaft, plain bushing. Slip rear carriage shaft into shaft hole, left end plate. Slide plain bushing into, okay, I think that's the phenolic. Work right end plate into position while simultaneously inserting the rear carriage shaft. No, that's not it. No, try not to move print bar. That sounds fun. Remove ribbon, drive pulley, figure 610. Is that down here? 610, ribbon drive pulley. Upper pivot tab, retention bracket. So down in here, there is, it's not shown in the figure, there is a coupler for the shaft, and you can unscrew it. So I might actually be able to remove just this side. Ribbon drive pulley. Okay, perform printer housing removal, blah, blah, blah. Slip timing belt off DC motor, sure. This is 632 ounce screw that secures collar, clamp, and drive pulley ribbon to ribbon shaft. That might be the thing I was talking about. Ribbon drive pulley, remove collar clamp from defective pulley, and hand press it onto new drive pulley. Line up edges of collar clamp, place ribbon drive pulley. Clearance of something crazy between a bracket and drive ribbon pulley, tighten with the screw, slip timing belt, perform printer housing reinstallation. Okay. Wait, ribbon drive pulley. Oh, that's the front one. Yeah, we don't care about that. I need the cam thing. Clutch eccentric. Yeah, here we go. Retaining, push run, yeah. Clutch, huh? So maybe they're using the phenolic as a clutch? Fafnir bearing? That sounds like a Lord of the Rings character. Whoa, that's a crazy render. Fafnir bearing, okay. Dude, I love that this is drawn. This is crazy. Why does this look like a solenoid? I don't like that. Backstop bearing, ribbon eccentric, yeah. Backstop spring. Because it could be the spring. Backstop spring. Because it looks all messed up. Backstop spring. Okay, Allen screw. This doesn't have any information about how this like actually works though. And then motor. Like this does not include diagnostics. This is just procedures for replacement. There is no operating description. See, like that would even be helpful for over there, but no. Gosh, that thing must be real crazy with the tolerances. I didn't even realize that that had a eccentricity to it. Yeah, so yeah, just to replace whatever doesn't really help. We may have to remove it to inspect it to see if there's anything that's obviously bad, but I really don't understand that spring. Why does that exist? Especially if the spring is like going into a hole on the outside of the eccentric shaft or whatever, then, but I don't get it. What would it be doing? How does that spring make any sense at all? Spring applies force to the clutch. So the spring would pull to the side. Should we just try and remove it and see? I'm really nervous about the spring with removing it because I don't understand the spring. I don't know how it would go back on right now. So if a mistake is made and the spring like falls off before I see it, then the only way I could put it back on is by looking at the DECWriter 2, and it's possible I could screw the DECWriter 2 up. Because these directions suck. Here's my thought. I think the spring's bad. I think the spring on the 3 looks real weird. I think somebody did something to it, and it's not connected correctly now. Because I can't easily get the camera over to the 2, and I'm definitely not dragging the 2 over. If you saw in the video, the spring, it goes through the hole on there, and then it was like kind of all like, you know, wiry looking up there. On the 2, it's just over and then flat. So something doesn't look right on the 3. I have a theory. Let's try this. I'm going to go turn it back on. I'm going to grab a plastic bar that I have, and I'm going to apply a slight amount of pressure to the side of the eccentric shaft thing, and then see if that makes it work. And if that makes it work, we'll try and figure out what we can do about that spring. Because, yeah, see how messed up that looks up? I guess it doesn't. It looks a little messed up. The other one looks perfect. It looks super clean. Like it's just a straight wire. All right. Based on what I can see in the manual, there's like nothing as far as information about how this works. So here's my suspicion. This, which is apparently a spring, is meant to be applying pressure in that direction. So I'm going to use this piece of plastic to apply a small amount of force on this, and I want to see if that causes the ribbon to advance. Okay, and then backwards. It's loose. Yeah. Okay. Then if I let go, go back. Now it's not working. Apply pressure. Yeah. Okay, so I think this spring is supposed to be pulling this shaft this direction, and it's not working right now. So it does look like it's been messed with before, because on the DECWriter 2, it's not as mangled as it is right there. So I think someone tried to adjust it, and they may have made it worse. So I need to figure out how to adjust this more correctly, which I am not looking forward to. So let's see if we can figure this out. Here's my fear. Oh, I think I know what I need to do. Actually, I have an idea. I think I need to get this out. Or, you know what? Maybe it's even easier than I'm thinking. So if I just push this back down in, I think it'll apply more force. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, it really doesn't want to. So I think this side underneath is misshapen now. I think that's what has happened. I'm also thinking someone has gone in here and just ripped this. Yeah, actually, I think that's exactly what happened. I think someone grabbed this, twisted to retension it. And then that just kind of kicked the can along. Oh, this is rough. What is the procedure to bend that up and then push it down? Because that's my guess. You have to twist another loop? Yeah. This is what you can sympathize with? Yeah. Well, it might have made it better temporarily. I think that this concept, this spring idea, is just flawed. Yeah, I would not be surprised if there's supposed to be lubrication between this, what seems like a copper part, and that eccentric part. I could put a small amount of oil in there. That'll work its way around. Is it possible that there's too much resistance on the mech that's causing the issue? It is, but I don't know what this looks like inside, and I'm a little nervous to mess with it more. If someone had also grabbed this and pulled on it, it would have reduced the tension, and it would have made it worse. Where's the other end of the spring? So it's actually just a piece of spring steel. So it's just wrapped around. So they probably made a coil that was just slightly smaller than this. And then they take one end of it and just ram it through this hole. So it's just a normal coil, but then it's trying to pull this down and in. That's how it works. God, that beep is horrifying. Yeah, once it catches, it does really well. Like, it has a lot of torque. I have an idea. No, that won't work. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely, whoops, some kind of tooth inside of the shaft that, oh, that was actually kind of bad. There. That is grabbing internally. And I'm wondering if maybe I could put a spring on the shaft here on the inside to apply pressure that way. Because that would do the same thing. So if I could hook onto this and then something else, that would also work. This, and then there's a hole right here. So if I had a spring that could connect to that. I don't know if I'm going to. I might have to kill a pen. Weird bearing, why is the outside spinning? Yeah, it's so this is some kind of clutch. And then this is the only bearing. And then it's off-centered cammed so that it can apply a larger rotation. Where can I get a spring? Hold on, we're going to try a horribly ghetto solution first. Rubber band won't slip. Everything rotates. You can't be a rubber band. Well, I guess this doesn't rotate, but there's still nowhere to attach a rubber band. Okay, it should slip a little and then catch later. No? Because I think there's like one tooth in there. I hate this. It kind of works. Yeah, we've definitely identified the problem. Or at least some kind of horrible remedy to the problem. Ugh. Perfect amount of jank. Yeah. Ghetto solutions is why I'm here. Dude's coming back for more? Awesome. All right, well, after a little bit of kind of jank engineering here, I somewhat have a solution. So I put a twist tie through some holes over there and I've tightened it, which causes the bearing clutch to work correctly. We're just applying different force on it. I'm not a huge fan of this solution, but it is working. And I don't know if I can replace this spring, which is a piece of steel that's coiled and then run up through there and then bent over. So I would need a new piece of spring steel that's probably ½ inch diameter with a good amount of coil on there to replace this with. Maybe I can find that somewhere like McMaster Carr, but for now I can apply pressure this way. It's not always perfect. Yeah, usually if it doesn't catch at first, it'll catch later. It's almost like there's only one tooth on this shaft. But I think this will work. It just takes a while. So about here, no, it missed that time. So I might want to tighten it a little more. So if I just tighten that down a touch more, let it do a couple more rotations. No, now you're not gonna play. There we go. Yeah, see, it's lateral force. I'm gonna mess around with this a bit more, but I don't think I'm gonna have a permanent solution for this right now. Why did it stop recording? Well, it's still recording internally. Oh, I bet I filled that drive. Drat. Okay, that sucks. Oh, that's fun. Because I filled that drive, it can no longer send commands to the other cameras. Cool. I wonder how long they've been going unchecked. Ow. Put blue tape around the clutch under the spring. I mean, it more likely would wear through the blue tape than anything else. I think the plastic on the this twist tie is going to act as the bushing for now. This is a really horrible design. I don't get how they came up with something so weird and unreliable when typewriters have existed for nearly 100 years at this point. The beep is horrible design. It's pretty loud. It wouldn't be as bad if I had the case on. It's a tech. That's what they do. Yeah. Let's think about this. I would still need a spring of some kind. I would really like another spring to apply more tension, but I'm also thinking there's something internally wrong. It's just taking too much tension. Are those screws on the bottom loose? Not sure what screws you're talking about. You're talking about that? That's not a screw. That's like a rivet or something, but it's all permanently attached there. So maybe lubricate the shaft also. I'm a little nervous about putting lubricant inside the clutch because I don't know what the inside of it looks like. So my previous message should help you understand how to fix it. I can try to scroll back. I saw you had a big one, but I was trying to do a narration there. Okay. Inside the clutch is a basic bi-directional clutch. Nothing special, just slipping past certain torque. Spring outside will stop the gray part from turning when it tries to turn counterclockwise because it tightens the spring wrapping around. Circular K. The clockwise direction, unwrap. Kinda helps, not as much. Underneath shafts of ribbon spools themselves. Oh, so it doesn't take as much force? That's possible. So what you're saying is ignore that part. Look at this part. Look how much force it takes for it to operate. Okay. Phew. Ugh. You know, it's a good sneeze when your sternum pops. Okay. And it's not nothing. These screws are fingered loose, though. Not exactly sure what they attach to. And that one, I imagine, should be totally free. Although it should have some friction, so it can't just... You don't want it to, like, slightly tug on the ribbon and then the spool to coast and unspool. So it needs to be kind of the right balance. It's possible these are over-tightened. Not exactly sure what they go to. There's a spring on the bottom and then a nut down there. So there's two clutches. There's a clutch on the top and a clutch on the bottom. What happens if I apply a little bit of force here? Okay, so you can see the part here. Okay, if I apply a little bit of force, it's not quite rotating. I think that's the right direction. Hold on. So this. So if I apply just a very slight amount of force, it goes. Hold on, can I unplug the motor? Ah, who put the panel back on? Yeah, no, it's a very standard reverse mechanism. Is the ribbon twisted? The ribbon's not currently on, so I would not read into anything that's going on with that. Although apparently it's supposed to be on the outside here. Like that. That feels wrong too, but whatever. I wouldn't say it's... I don't know if it's gooey. This plate could be bad. That's fine. It's hard to say on the plate because there's no real great way to feel the force on it. So there's definitely friction, but that might just be the friction. So I've removed the belt and I'm hand turning this now, so there's no motor involved. But there's supposed to be some friction. So it's hard to say what's the correct amount of friction and what's not. Oh, that feels a lot less frictiony. Oh, there's no way I can... So that angle, that matters a lot. Because the more off-center that is, the harder it is for that to rotate. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's super interesting. Wait a minute. No? Okay. Thought for a second it had to be slightly off-center. So that's like a dead zone, maybe, where it'll never catch. Okay, and then it caught... Oh, it's so much force. Catches... Huh. Okay, it's not no force. So what is the source of drag? But then it still gets stuck like that. Like there's zero force that I can apply. It's just lost. There's no amount of force here that's going to make it catch. It just needs the pressure applied there. Yeah, like barely touching it all. Got it to go there. Lost again. Nope, there it caught. So here's the thing. Everything that's under this requires completely removing the top. 100%. I cannot get to it any other way. Which is why, if it had a horrible solution applied to it, it probably did. So I can't say for certain if it's going to be down to the that's the friction or not. Okay, so now it should be turning the other side. Yeah, so now I can feel the friction on this side. I feel about the same. Well, no, here's the thing. When the clutch goes, it's super strong. Like once it engages, it's awesome. It's perfect. There is zero slip. So it's something about the engagement that isn't working. Stupid Allen screws. Oh wait, I have an actual set of Allen tools. No. That's not it. That's it. Okay. Oh. Well, that's interesting. There are no teeth in there. It grabs onto just the metal shaft. Unless that's it. That's weird. Okay, so that damaged part's all the way in the back. That has nothing to do with the part. I don't know if you can probably see the damage right there. I don't know. When it has force, it's totally fine. Viper washer fell down? Oh, good catch. Thanks. Yeah, I put a twist tie on there to apply extra force. Move that gray piece and shaft, clean both, especially where the shaft goes inside the gray piece, see if that helps things. It's such a pain in the butt to remove. And I'm really nervous about what's inside of the gray part. Yeah. Where did I put my flashlight? I think it's over there. It is wonky looking in there. Now we can fix the spring? No, we can't do anything with the spring. The spring is just distressed. I have no idea what you're looking for inside. Or expecting to see, but there you go. So there's a bunch of little blades along the inside that I assume bite down on it. So here's my concern. If I stick anything in there to try and clean it, are those going to fall out? All right. Not exactly sure how I'm going to clean in there. That might have to do. With a Q-tip? Oh, I guess I do have those. Take that, whatever that was. Where did the Q-tips go? There they are. It's not working right now. It's kind of working right now. It's not completely failed right now. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I took out the eccentric toothed clutch thing. Inside of it looks like there's a bunch of little metal plates that bite down on the shaft. I'm going to try and clean this out and then put it back in and see what happens. So there's some IPA in there, and let's just go to town, see what we get out of it. Up and down. Makes all kinds of shaking noises. Also, it's gross in there. Okay, now that I'm getting it cleaner, I can actually kind of tell what's going on in there. I'm starting to understand this a little better. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that now. That Q-tip is fully consumed. Yeah, it's a lot noisier now that I've done this, so I assume that's a good sign. Okay, I'm gonna douse it one more time. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to re-grease it. I've got 3-in-1 at ready. What are we doing? We are cleaning out a weirdo bearing right now. Essentially. Like no matter how many times I clean my fluke, it just gets dirty again. All right. I'm going to call that good. And I'm going to do a thing off camera that you guys don't want to see. All right, it's dry now. And I'm also going to wipe the shaft off with some IPA so that I can have that be clean. Yeah, more came off on that. Wow. Paper towels are bright. There we go. More stuff came off while cleaning off the shaft that this bites down onto. You have any grease? Larger outer diameter section that goes into the copper should be sticky grease. I do have that. Silicone grease. All right, now I'm going to apply some 3-in-1 oil to the bearings inside. I'm going to throw these away. And then I'm going to use one more as a grease applicator. I mean, should it be oil or should it be grease? Just let me know. All right. Get a little more on there. All right, that's probably good to go now. So made the effort of getting the grease, then I guess grease. Okay. All right, so we are oiling the inside, and then as I'm reassembling it, I'm actually going to put some silicone paste around this part where it interfaces with the copper ring that uses the push arm. Well, I'm going to go start recording on the other camera really quick. Because I just realized I'm not recording this mic with a good setup. Okay, so before I do anything, I'm going to get my stupid twist tie out of here, because I think in theory this won't be needed after this. I'm going to have to leave that spring there with the tension they added. I'm getting my silicone paste out. I don't want a ton. I'm just going to put a little bit on the inside of here. And then I'm going to reinstall this and get it all clamped back into place. And we'll see what happens. You know what would be smart is if I got the spring on there too. Oh, that's going to be so tough. Okay, let's do this. Like that. And then the spring Come on. Okay, springs on, shaft through, and then the fiber washer with the phenolic, and there. Okay, and yeah, that just bites every time now. Awesome. Thank you to Playful and Philip Andrews in my Twitch chat as I'm doing this, who pushed me to do that, because yeah, that just completely solved it. Okay, well, can't ask for a whole lot more than that. Okay. Now, back to the solenoid being wonky. Hooray. So far, the nemesis of the DECWriter has been goo, capacitor goo, and make it move good goo. Okay, now I can put the belt back on correctly. Oh wait, let me put the spring in. Okay. Do it. Come on. Ow. It like works and stuff now. Crazy. All right. Back to the manual. Oh, well, you guys have had the manual the whole time. All right. Now, we're not going to look at ribbon routing. I want to confirm the solenoid positions. I don't really... No, the ribbon's routed fine. It doesn't really matter that much. What matters a lot more is which solenoid is which on the head. So is that third from the left on the top? Is it this one? If that's the top pin, then I think it needs to be slightly tightened. It seems like some really bad maintenance was done to this thing, so I just want to make sure that there isn't something simple like that that could be wrong here. Okay, print head, printing interface. Okay, and the print rods. Dual paper guide. Okay. Oil on washer, oil back, bearing, oil between. Well, they just want oil everywhere. Jeez. Yeah, they want that thing soaked in oil. Good grief. Okay, filling adjustment on the pin solenoid is more adjust until printing is achieved than any form of measurement. Yes. I could take the head off and see if there's one pin that's inset, but then I have to recalibrate it, and if I don't have to, that would be cool. So far, I'm not seeing a pin solenoid order. We know it's in there for the DECWriter 2, so let's just look at that, because it's probably the same. Okay, somewhere in here, it shows what the solenoid order. I think it was in the schematic, wasn't it, Ben? Because I know you were looking at it. I think it showed it in like the upper right, one of the schematics. That doesn't show if the pin fires 100% because of where or not visible. Where or that is not visible. Here is my thought. Okay, there was an image of. It was in the MFPS, not the technical man. Okay, schematics. I don't know what that one was. Was there like a recent documents thing? Open recent, blah, 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 blah. Which one? I have the July 79 manual. Yeah, I thought it was on this. Not one of these showed it. Schematic consider PDF. Deck called and maintenance. Oh, well, I'm not going to go deck names. Wait, why does scroll or shift scroll but like more? That's stupid. Although that's ocular, you know, not well designed software in general. Okay, we're looking for the layout of the solenoids. It should be close to this. Somewhere around here. No, you're gonna screw with me? Come on. Where is it? Okay, also solenoid E. Where is it? And we're past. Nope. Maybe not yet. Parts list. Stuff. More stuff. Still not a solenoid list. Not yet. No. No. What about that? No, not quite. Yeah. No, deck manuals do seem to suck. I missed it somewhere. Okay. Let's go through this again. A little more slowly this time. Okay, don't see it there. It's nothing there. It's not on that one. It's not in that one. Not there. It's not in that one. Not there. Not there. Nope. That's paper. Boring. Yawn. Okay. Nothing there. Thought it was the top right. That's what I thought too. but I'm trying to look more generally just in case, because I tried to mostly look in the top right last time and I didn't see him or see it. That's numpad. No. 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 Also no. This is DECWriter 3 manual? No, because we saw this before I got the DECWriter 3. I'm looking at the information for the information from the DECWriter 2, because I'm pretty sure the print head is identical. And we know we saw it for the DECWriter 2. Where is it? All manuals tend to be dry. I mean, ideally they're dry. It really sucks when they get wet and you gotta like peel the pages apart and hope the ink doesn't tear off. I mean, I prefer they be dry. Oh my gosh, there's so many pages of schematics. Ah, it was close. Close. That's not what I'm looking for. So we got 1, 2, 3, something or another there. And we just need the map for that to the other stuff. Boo, lol. I mean, I've had wet manuals. It sucks. That was half joke, but mostly serious. Page 50 of that. Okay, screw it. M. $50. Why are there so many different scans? Okay, here we go. One. Okay. Print head solenoid view. So it'd be the second one. Okay. That's not it then. Because that one looked like it was in more. So maybe it's just jammed. Maybe we just need to exercise it. Maybe it will have gotten more saturated while it sat there with the isopropanol kind of in it while I was doing all the other work. So maybe it's all better now. It healed itself magically and I don't have to worry anymore. Hold on, computer stopped screwing with me. There we go. Can I chat to DECWriter? I was thinking about doing that, but right now I got to make sure that it's actually like kind of functional. That, and then that's going to take like a half an hour just because, you know, it always does for the fun things. It doesn't feel right. I don't think that's correct. I think it does go in there. You know, if someone wants to look it up in the manual to see what the correct routing is, feel free. I think it actually goes through here. Because I think it's going to slip off if I don't put it through there. I'm pretty sure that's correct. That it goes inside. Okay. Let's see. Local E. Okay, let's push it forward. Yeah, top's like on. But then I press it way farther in. And it's there but weak. So it's like this solenoid is not in far enough or weak. Ben, I wanted a yes, no. I am not going back over to a computer. Is that correct or not? Don't forget to tighten the take-up spool. I'm not sure what you mean. They're all good. You can't tell. Well, that's not helpful. I really don't want to have to pull the head off, but I think I have to pull the head off. Because I'm wondering if I need to take a toothbrush to it. And I can't think of any other way to. Because the isopropanol soaked paper towel didn't work. When you loosened or troubleshooting the clutch, I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing is loose. Literally nothing is loose right now. If you're thinking of the Phillips screws on top of the spools for the ribbon, they can't be loosened because there's a nut underneath. They just spin. These cannot be loosened. So I did try to loosen them. It's not possible. They just rotate freely because there's a nut underneath. Your routing seems correct from what I can tell. Okay. Well, yeah, but in order to get the toothbrush on, I got to remove this, and then the calibration's screwed, but oh well. Okay, let me see if I can remove this clear thing without destroying it. That's going to be the real challenge. Oh, there ain't no way. Yeah, I will destroy this if I remove it. That sucks. I'm going to try anything I can to clean it without removing that. The plastic is shrunk at the top, and the outsides are splayed at the bottom, and they go really deep. So if I try to pull this off, I'm going to crack the plastic, and then it'll be like the DECWriter 2 where it's just broken off. And I would really rather not do that. Yeah, I really can't get in there. I mean, maybe sorta that can. Not really. The problem, Poot, is that I need it to poke into the print head. Like, it needs to have depth. A paper towel does not really have depth because it's not fluffy. I can try putting this in there, but it's just going to destroy this rag. If I can even get it through there. I'm not sure I can, because the hemmed edge is very thick. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not sure that's advisable. Yeesh. Wait a minute. You idiots. All right. We're ripping the thing apart. Dang it. I got to figure out how to get that plastic thing off. All right. On further investigation of the print head, the pins are sticking way too far out of there. So somebody has horrifically miscalibrated the solenoid depths on the print head. We should not be able to see the pins sticking out like that. That is awful. So I'm guessing that the top pin that we're missing is the only one that is actually in the correct position, and all of the others are sticking out. Now, it's possible that the manual called it the jewel. The red piece that they go through at the very end has worn down, but I don't think so. I think some idiot just cranked them all. So now we have to figure out how we're going to realign those all. Ideally, without taking it apart, because I really don't want to crack the plastic. But yeah, that's wild. I don't know how they are that bad. So, cool. Can I get a better angle? Oh, that one's pretty good. Maybe from this direction. Oh, yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's so bad. Dude. How? It's acrylic. I don't think that we're going to be able to heat and bend it like that. That appears approximate. Yeah, no, that's so bad, man. Oh my gosh. So let's look at this really quick here, actually. How many can we see positionally? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all 7, right? So if the bottom is 1, so there's 1 out, 2 down, 3 out, 4 down, 5 out, 6 out, and 7 out, but not as much, and it is 7. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's typing an exclamation point, kind of. Yeah. Probably won't be able to get the plastic on. Yeah, no. I'm really not thrilled with that. The thing that sucks the most is the bottom solenoids. Oh, I can't believe we're gonna have to mess with all those. That's so awful. Is it possible the pins are sticking in the head? We can try and press on them. Oh, that is not gonna be easy. Oh gosh. All right, I was asked if the pins could potentially be stuck in that position, so I'm going to see if I can push one of them in. Man, this is, it is small. That is a needle probe for my multimeter, and it's still too thick to get in there. Jeez. So maybe an X-Acto blade could get down into there. Let's see. Okay, so can I press them in? So far, no. Yeah, I can definitely wiggle them. Yeah, they don't want to go back in. So yeah, I think the solenoids are not correctly adjusted. I don't think any of them are finger loose. No. Man, that sucks. Top one popped in? No, that's the same position. They're all firmly against your stopper. And that's a good sign the solenoid is in good condition. Probably. No, that's the exact same position. Go back and look. None of them moved. It was out, in, out, in, out, in slightly. All right, I'm going to think about this for a bit. So there is a minor difference between the DECWriter 2 and 3 heads. The bottom solenoids are heat sinked against that thing. And there is literally zero way I can get to those without removing this, and I can't remove this without removing this. So that requires removing that to get to the bolts. It is a multi-step process to get down into there. And then we have all of the other problems related to the solenoids that we still have to solve. There may be a connector over here for the solenoid pins, at least this time now. Ignition point wrenches. Yeah. The other thing I tried to buy is a strap wrench for getting around these so that I could pull them out. I bought a strap wrench, and then it turned out to be literally that long. Then the strap itself was like Kevlar and meant like capable of towing a vehicle, so it was way bigger than I thought it was going to be. I was hoping for a little dainty one. No. So yeah, I have no idea how I can do this. This sucks. All right, I'm just gonna have to go for it with the plastic. So for removing an oil filter, probably. But no vehicle I have ever owned would I be able to get it in there. All right, let's see if we can remove the plastic without destroying it, because I don't have a choice. Oh, gosh. It might go on again without shattering. Just going to put that on the DECWriter 2 for now. Okay, that was the most hair-raising part. At least we have that behind us. Why? You know, I was wondering why I've never seen anyone, using a DECWriter 2 or a DECWriter 3. I think I know why now. They're just awful. Where'd the screwdriver go?
Chloe Raccoon says Tier 100 hair raising. Here. Do we need a Van graph generator to get that effect? End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Original tool, yeah, kinda. Did look like there might have been something for that. All right, I am once again removing the print head of a DECWriter. Ugh. Oh yeah, no real deck talk. I didn't address that. I think my audio interface died. Because I turned it on again, and it had the exact same sound issues before I even did anything with it. So I think it might be bad. All right. That should just be sticking. Okay. Oh, look at all that fun stuff. Oh my gosh. It has a connector. Whoa. Wild. All right. It still sucks. All right, well, we can work on this in peace at least. I don't have to do it hunched over this thing.
Dialgemet says holy. A connector Tier 100. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so, hey, what do you know? DEC, in their infinite wisdom, we get a connector, but you know what it also does? Thanks, DEC, you're the best. Move lines before oil? No, we got to leave it just like that so it can get all nice and in there. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. This is like a carbon fiber mesh or something in there? That's weird. Deck built to last through the warranty. Does DECWriter 2 have that heatsink? No. It's ridiculous how much glare this stupid lens gets. All right, there we go. Now that the head is out, we can see just how ridiculously uneven those pins are. And am I seeing correctly that they are not flat anymore? That they are worn on one side, maybe? I don't know. It's hard to tell because they also have the ink and stuff on them. Hopefully they're not damaged from having been sticking out. But yeah, so let me try to figure out how we're gonna do the solenoids on this, because this one's a little different. Oh, I wasn't recording. Cool. I wonder if that means I've been recording before. All right, hold on. Oh, I can brush now. Okay, where's the isopropanol? All right, I'm gonna put a little isopropanol on here, and I'm gonna just scrub this slightly to clean this up a bit, because I'm hoping to see that these aren't damaged from having been stuck out. It's really hard to tell. I don't know if they spin in there or not, but it's possible if they were left out like that for a while the machine was running, that it could have basically sanded the side of them with the ribbon. But maybe these guides along the side that clearly have been polished from the ribbon took the brunt of it. So yeah, that's not good. You don't want them sticking out like that all uneven. So we're gonna have to try to figure out how to best get the solenoids aligned, which is a little trickier on this one. Yeah, we're not dremeling them down. That's not happening. All right, so for the DECWriter 3 head, we're going to need to remove this connector, which was awesome to get this thing out of there, but it blocks one of the screws that holds this heat sink that only connects to the bottom 3 solenoids for some stupid reason. We need to get that off so that we can adjust the depth of those solenoids. I'm not even sure how this ended up happening, because you would have to be really determined to mess with the solenoid depth on this thing. But anyway, so let's go ahead and remove this connector so we can get to that screw, so we can remove this heat sink so that we can start to attempt to change the solenoid depths. Yeah, I can try to push them in, especially now. Yeah, no, they don't move. No. All right. Step 1 down. Now let's get the heat sink off of here. That came off very easily. Suspiciously easily. All right. Now, oh, that is still wet. I am surprised and wondering when that was added now. Maybe it's just really good thermal grease. Maybe someone monkeyed with this more recently. Okay, so we need to loosen the bolts. Then we can try and adjust this. What on earth is all over those? It's almost like they tried to lubricate the solenoids themselves. What? Why? Maybe that like wicked up the pin? I don't know what's going on there. That is weird. Manual says lubricate violently. Yeah. All right, well, let's see if we can get the nuts loose. Of course not. Yeah, that still doesn't fit in there. Okay. Which means I need my other multi-tool that has narrower jaws. Nah, thread locker wouldn't collect dust like that. Okay, this is loose. Is that actually loosening or shearing? I know that's not doing what I want. Okay. Cool.
The form of the insect says, and for this next trick we need the other multi-tool tier 101. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. I'm wondering if I should try and get a small wrench set for this, because I don't want to destroy the nuts. Dang. Is it just me? Or does it look like this one might have been replaced? No, the white things on the back don't do anything. Maybe it just didn't get as much cadmium plating or something. So they're the same head at the other one. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but these would not be interchangeable. They're slightly different. Mechanically, they're very similar, but the other one doesn't have this connector. So, yeah, the pin positions are all completely out of whack. They're ridiculous. So that's my problem. If I mash the head forward with the lever, we see the top pin, but if I don't, then we don't see the top pin. And then the other ones are just like, you know, mushrooming on it. So we need to adjust the solenoid depths. How'd they do this without destroying the... Yeah, they did it 30 years ago, yeah. Lapping seems safer than brute force. Well, no, I just need a wrench to break these free, but then I need a solution for loosening those, because these are going to have seized into the body, which is a different problem. I don't have a wrench that small. Yeah, Sanity, you are far from the first person to suggest that. Another DECWriter. Oh, so Patrick, this is a DECWriter 3 that I was given after the DECWriter 2, yes. So it's a completely different one. I'm sure there are places that carry the wrenches. I don't have them now, and we only have 10 minutes of stream left. So, basically what I'm saying is we're stuck. And that this thing is a nightmare project. Again. Ah! Every single time we inch forward just slightly, we run into some other barrier that keeps us from going forward with it. Didn't mean to go jump in the van. Yeah, I know. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order a complete set of like micro wrenches online so that I just have everything. Because there's plenty of times that I've wished I'd had some. So, a few small brushes to clean off the threads, penetrating oil. Yeah. On formal apology, what are we going to do with the next 2.75 hours joke earlier? How about we call it even for whatever I did that annoyed you last time? I don't remember. At least we fixed the totally unknown ribbon feed problem. We actually did pretty good today. We recapped it. We fixed the ribbon advance. We validated that everything is working. It's just the horrible head calibration that somehow someone completely screwed up. For the record here, we can see that the head has been gripped at several different depths here. At least 2 times it was screwed into the platform. So someone did remove this and reinstall it at some point. So it's entirely possible that someone just completely screwed it up doing something. 50 years old, it's not exactly fresh. I mean, yeah, successful day overall. Now it's just down for a tune-up. Yeah, for the most part. It's just annoying that I could not reasonably connect it to a computer today because we wouldn't have been able to see the printout, or I would have had to damage the print head by running it too close to the paper. So, measure the bolt with the caliper so you order the right wrench. I'm going to order a wide set of wrenches. So if I don't order something that's the right size, then I have messed up because I want a bunch of sizes. I want metric and imperial, different sizes, going down to much smaller. Like, I want a wrench that goes down to M3. I'm talking, like, I want small. Okay, so I want a really tiny wrench set. Well, not a tiny wrench. I want a wrench set that goes down to tiny wrenches. So, yeah. Really, universe really likes you? Yeah, no kidding. Again, though, these things are 50 years old. There's just going to be a lot of deferred maintenance and wonky maintenance that was done to just move them along. This one is kind of surprising. So, lost my tiny wrench set and I'm annoyed. See, I've never had one. I have my car wrench set in here, but the smallest is not even close. So, does anyone have a recommendation? Actually, let me throw this out. Does anyone have a recommendation for a tool that can grip these without damaging them? Because I want a strap wrench, but I can't find a strap wrench that's small enough.
End of line.
T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently stuck on this project, and we are going to end this in 8 minutes because I have to order new tools for this, and it's just my usual end time. But I can show you here really quick if I go to my recorded files. Excuse me, camera, are you gonna do the thing? Well, that's weird. Hold on, let me turn it off and on. Okay, here we go. So why is it showing that it's upside down? Dude, this thing is mad. What on earth? This camera is wigging out. I don't know what's going on. Let me look at this. Yeah, that kind of wrench set. That's exactly what I'm thinking, Ellen Croft. So something like that. Um, yeah, maybe that one. I don't know. But what I need is a way of removing the solenoids because these don't have a fitting on them. What's the thickness? I don't know, like a one pinky finger. Camera is recording for some reason. Wow, this thing is super ticked. I don't know what's going on.
Chlorocoon says Tier 100 camera
Well,
is
whatever.
objecting to have to put in a full stream's work after getting half a day off. End of line.
Yeah. Anyway, US pinky finger. Yeah. I mean, what do you want me to do? Reach all the way back here? Oh, gosh. And get out my calipers? Like, oh, what is this effort that I have to go to? And then I got to, like, look at this, and I got to read a number. That's, like, crazy. 16 millimeters. The SSD filled up? No, it could still record 15 more hours. Dual open-ended wrench set. The jaws are straight on. The other end, they're 9° to the shaft. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Soft jaw pliers. Press calipers or multimeters. They're both. All right. Vice grips with rubber tubes. Maybe. Nah, see, the hard face wrenches are not going to work. Because they're too hard. These are slippery. They won't grip. And the problem with wrench, this, is that there's not enough room to spin it. So I don't know. Last time I took these and I put tape around the jaws and we bit onto it like that and then twisted. I'm concerned about trying to adjust the ones in the middle like that. Because there's not going to be a lot of room to move. Actually, do you make tiny pipe wrenches? Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to get a pipe wrench around this. So... Once nuts are loose, and penetrating other solenoids might only need slight twist to loosen. That is not how it went with the DECWriter II. The DECWriter II, there was like galvanic corrosion between the solenoids and the head because this is a really weird metal, and they were very firmly stuck on there. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll try and figure that out when we get there. Sure, the right-hand threads. I mean, I've removed one of them before, yes. IR Win nut sockets. Those aren't the ones that have like all the little pins in them, are they? Because again, these are circular, so they're not going to work. Rubber band around 3D print handle part. No. But forgot to explain the current subject for the Raiders. Well, we're going to end in 3 minutes, but I got a DECWriter III terminal, so my apologies on that. So we got a hard copy printing terminal here, all right? And what we were looking at is the print head that goes here. And the problem is that the print head is, the pins are all at wonky depths. So when you try and print, some of the pins are missing and the others are pushing too hard. I don't know why it's like that. It really doesn't make any sense for it to have ever gotten into that condition, but it's like that. So... And for the record, it's not just like, oh, they just, the tolerances weren't that good. The DECWriter 2's print head is perfect. I only adjusted one solenoid pin. The rest of them were flawless. So this one has been monkeyed with. So I don't know why. It's so weird. Print a small strap wrench. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not happening. Although I do need to do some 3D printing soon. So I don't know. Yeah, I'll figure this out. Not guaranteeing I'm waiting until next weekend streams to work on this because I currently have no video planned because I've I thought this was just gonna, oh yeah, we'll just pop the new caps in there. It'll work great. It's gonna be fun. And then it didn't. So that's getting closer, Helicroft. But again, I'm not gonna be able to get that around the solenoids. Let me look at what Philip is showing. Richard suggested, oh, those are weird. Huh. I don't know. All right. Multi-part video? Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Because it's already going to feel like a multi-part video because I just did the DECWriter 2 and then I didn't finish that because I couldn't print with that. My goal was originally to get this one up and running and then add the Max 232 adapter to the DECWriter 2 and have them communicate. We are so far off of that right now, though. Oh my gosh. I don't know. May I recommend a service tool? No, because 30 years, 50 years ago, they weren't seized. They probably were finger loose then. Now, certainly not. Anyway, we're going to have to wrap this up. If anyone wants to put in any other suggestions for the Discord server, would be the best place to do that. No problem, catch up. It's just, oh my gosh. You know, it doesn't have a melted solenoid. That's a win already. Also, they look like they may have a sturdier core. No, that's still plastic. Never mind. Yeah. Don't forget to turn off the air compressor. That's a good shout. There we go. Yeah, so, facing the camera like thoughtfully for a moment, it's fine. Screen roll supporter printout. Yeah, that's the other thing. I have to get it working enough to do the supporter printout. There's literally no reason this one couldn't do that. So, yeah, it's like, it's another one of those things. It just has to happen. It has to be done. Anyway, all right, we are going to call it there for today. I got more to figure out on this. Not sure. Order a wrench set so they can take off the nuts without trashing them, because we got to do way more this time. Maybe I can figure out a way of pulling the solenoids off. I will look at the tool options available again. And yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But that's going to be it for now. If you enjoyed this stream, if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow the channel to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's going to be it for now, and I will see you next time. Take that, desoldering iron. Been a long 2 days. Why can't I get to the sources? Here we go. Printout is way more difficult to get to now. I need to fix this. There it is. All right, bye.